Check, test, hey.
Good morning. Can you please join your seats?
I cannot go there.
We are going to start in 1 minute. Please join your seat. We ask delegates to kindly join their seats so that we start.
Talk microphones. Can you just call Anil? Yeah, I got it.
Distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We're about to start the plenary session. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you all to part 2 of the 14th session of the Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency. I declare open part 2 of the 14th session of the Assembly of IRENA. Let me start by welcoming all our distinguished delegations, speakers, panelists, and special guests who will add important substantive dimension and direction to the work of agency. As you are all aware, the United Arab Emirates was experiencing unprecedented circumstances as a result of the inclement weather yesterday. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the government for their efforts in containing the effects and express our hope that the situation becomes manageable. You have all our full support. With regard to our assembly session, I wish to inform you that the hotel also experienced some unexpected flooding, including in the plenary yesterday. They resulted in the loss of most of our audiovisual equipment, which was already in place. For this reason, at the moment, we will not have interpretation. We have also had to remove the individual microphones on your desks due to these electrical issues for your own safety. Temporary measures have been put in place so that we can have a smooth conduct of our business. However, to ensure that we continue with our deliberations, I would like to propose to the Assembly that we conduct our deliberations in English until such a time that the session is normalized. I have asked the Secretariat to keep me informed on the development as the day progresses, and I will provide an update. I take it that the Assembly agrees with my proposal, and I thank you for your understanding. Distinguished delegations, I would like to remind the Assembly that the agenda of the 14th session of the Assembly was adopted at Part 1 of 15 January 2024, as indicated in the document A/14/1. I now invite the Assembly to turn to the participation of observers. The list of observers was circulated in document A/14/2 add 1. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to grant observers the status to those states and the entities contained in document A/14/2/add 1? I hear no objection. It is so decided. I also would like to inform the Assembly that the Presidential Committee will meet later today to continue its work. I will update the Assembly as appropriate. I now invite the Assembly to turn to the high-level introductory statements. I would like to take this opportunity to deliver my opening remarks. Director-General La Camera, President of the 14th IRENA Assembly, Excellencies, Director-General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude once again for electing Rwanda to lead the presidency of the 14th session of the IRENA Assembly. As I mentioned during part 1 of the 14th Amendment Assembly session on 15th January 2024, we pledge to working collaboratively with the Assembly as we deliver on the shared goal of advancing the technological, institutional, regulatory, and policy facets of energy transition, with an increased focus on the socio-economic implications. COP28 brought us historic progress through the UAE consensus, including an unprecedented reference to transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, as well as the call to triple renewable and double energy efficiencies by 2030, amongst other outcomes. As you continue to mobilize action on these goals, IRENA latest brief on tracking COP28 outcomes, tripling renewable power capacity by 2030, highlights that 2023 set a new record in renewable deployment, adding 473 gigawatts to the global energy mix. Yet, this is less than half of the 1,100 gigawatts of renewable capacity that must be installed each year by 2030. Tripling renewable power capacity requires concerted efforts to enhance infrastructure, policies, and workforce capabilities, underpinned by increased financing and closer international cooperation. This is, of course, no small task, but it's vital to mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. It is timely, therefore, that this assembly session is centered on the theme, outcome of COP28, infrastructure, policies, and skills for tripling renewable and accelerating the energy transition. Distinguished delegates, it is evident that urgent actions are needed to deliver on our climate, energy, and development goals. We must modernize and expand our infrastructure to ensure that it is fit for the new energy system that we are in processes of creating. We must design and adapt wide-ranging and cross-cutting policies to ensure that the energy transition remains at the core of our national strategies, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. And in order to develop and sustain this systemic change, we must ensure that we have a skilled workforce by upskilling, reskilling, and redesigning our education and training systems so that our young populations are well prepared for the variety of employment opportunity offered by the energy transition. Indeed, these actions transcend sectors and they transcend borders. They must be implemented nationally, regionally, and globally, which requires greater financing and stronger national, regional, and international collaboration. Distinguished delegates, as we mobilize our actions, we must not forget that different countries and regions are faced with different needs, challenges, and opportunities. We must not forget that any developing countries, the energy transition is a key to ensuring universal access and overcoming energy poverty. We must continue to strengthen international cooperation and bring all hands on deck to ensure that progress is more equitably distributed and that our people benefit from the first opportunities of the energy transition now and in the future. The government of Rwanda is convinced that the investment in the area of renewable energy will significantly transform lives of the population across Africa in the near future. It is our expectation that renewable technologies will contribute a lot to the socio-economic development of our country and is determined to prioritizing renewable energy as a means to reduce its carbon emissions and contribute to a greener and more sustainable future. We have also continued to promote and still commit to developing sustainable renewable energy resources as we strive to meet the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, where renewable energy will be 60% of the energy mix, while the universal access is achieved by 2030. Current cumulative access to electricity in Rwanda is at 76%, while the installed capacity for renewable has a share of 52% of the generation mix. Distinguished delegates, as we proceed with our deliberations over the next 2 days, I look forward to hearing about your progresses, plans, and priorities, understanding your unique circumstances, and learning from your experiences and perspectives as we work together with the support of IRENA to deliver on our shared agenda. Thank you. I would like to recognize. Do you want to? Okay. It gives me a great pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Bhupinder Bala, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for welcoming remarks. On behalf of His Excellency Mr. Raj Kumar Singh, you have the floor, Your Excellency.
Dr. Jimmy Kasor, Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Government of Rwanda, and President of the 14th IRENA Assembly, Honorable Ministers, Director-General Mr. La Camera, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I must state that it was an honor for India to serve as President of the 13th IRENA Assembly. And I would like to thank all ARENA members for their invaluable contribution and cooperation during it. I would also like to congratulate Rwanda and Dr. Gasor for taking over the presidency of the 14th Assembly of ARENA. I also acknowledge the excellent hospitality extended by the host country, the UAE. India's energy transition journey is guided by its unswerving commitment to sustainability, economic growth, and global climate action. Strong international enabling environments to foster new technologies, innovation, technology transfer, access to low-cost financing, diverse, reliable, and secure supply chains, fuels of the future like green hydrogen, and universal access to clean energy. All these will be necessary for ensuring a just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions. Under India's presidency of the G20, India's priorities in the Energy Transitions Working Group laid emphasis on all these issues. Some of the major outcomes during our G20 presidency included adoption of the G20 high-level voluntary principles on hydrogen, adoption of voluntary high-level principles for collaboration on critical minerals for energy transitions, launch of the Global Biofuels Alliance, launch of the Voluntary Action Plan for promoting renewable energy to accelerate universal energy access, and launch of the report on low-cost financing for energy transitions by ARENA. I wish to reiterate that both the G20 and COP28 presidencies have brought back the focus on the global south and the need to consider the difference in the starting points and national circumstances of global south and the global north through the core principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. It is imperative that the developing world's willingness to embark on a journey of development with renewable energy and sustainability at its core is supported by the global north by ensuring availability of affordable and accessible finance and sharing the technology. We are also cognizant of the fact that energy transitions will require both individual and collective action, including international cooperation. In this context, Mission Lifestyle for Environment has been launched by India as a global mass movement, and I'm very happy that the global stage is adopting it to nudge individual and community actions to protect and preserve the environment. The International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and the Global Biofuels Alliance, initiatives spearheaded by India, along with IRENA, have important roles in forging collaborations and partnerships for accelerating energy transitions. I will not dwell here on India's progress in renewable energy at the moment. We'll do that in our country statement. But I think at the end, I just want to add that in the spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam, which translates to one earth, one family, one future, India is committed to working with IRENA and all its members for a just, inclusive, equitable, and timely energy transition that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now invite the Director-General of IRENA, Mr. Francesco Lacambra, to provide some welcoming remarks to the Assembly. You have the floor, DG.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, buongiorno. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 14th session of IRENA Assembly here in Abu Dhabi. I would like to extend a sincere welcome to these distinguished delegates gathered here. I am delighted to know that we have 137 members countries and the European Union, 7 states in accession, 1 non-member state, including 68 represented at ministerial level, and together with observer and the private sector, 1,444 participants. Is the same number that we registered in our last General Assembly last year. And as I have said in some of the meeting, I had already in this day, this is an exceptional result. Last year, there were many reasons to come here. There was the year of the COP28, and there was also the first General Assembly in person after 3 years. So the fact that this year we registered the same participation is a sign, an indication of your appreciation of IRENA's role as a central hub for international cooperation and a symbol of the global commitment to the transformation of today's energy system to one that is based on sustainable renewable resources, and also your wish to step from commitment from COP28 to action. COP28 has delivered this message clearly, recognized the imperative of tripling renewable and doubling efficiency by 2030, while transitioning away from fossil fuels. Let me recognize the leadership of our host country, the United Arab Emirates, that spearheaded critical advancement in global climate action and delivered outcome of historical relevance for all of us. We have entered in a new phase in the energy transition. We have to deliver against these COP28 targets adopted from IRENA's World Energy Transition Outlook for a chance to get on 1.5-degree pathway. Let me briefly reflect on the state of the global energy transition and renewable deployment, which IRENA continues to track for over a decade now. 2023 was another record year for renewable power, with 473 gigawatts added to the global mix. 87% of all new power was renewables, with 13% accounting for the remaining fossil fuel nuclear together. This is also a significant jump compared to 2022, when almost 300 gigawatts of renewable power was added. So 2023 is indicating an amazing positive trajectory. However, these global numbers hide important nuances. Investment remain concentrated in a few technologies, mainly solar and wind, while meeting the triple target require harnessing of all renewable sources. A worrying trend is also persistent in geographical concentration. 83% of new additions were in Europe, China, and the US. This leaves a vast majority of developing countries behind, despite massive economic and development needs. In the course of this assembly, we will target discussion on how it's possible to rectify this situation. The 2023 deployment numbers also fall short of what is required. 473 gigawatts was less than half of what IRENA estimate is needed on an annual basis. This means that we have to do more and in a shorter period. IRENA tracks the energy transition progress closely across key indicators. Year on year, while we see some progress, it is not ready enough of what required. Importantly, investment in enabling technology and infrastructure is also lagging across the board. And naturally, we will distribute later on the slides associated to my presentation. So much has to be done in the coming 6 years. We need to be focused and united. In advancing solution, we have at the necessary speed and scale to set the stage for post-2030 action. The World Energy Transition Outlook has charted a clear path toward realizing these goals, focusing on essential pillars such as modernizing and expanding infrastructure, establish a robust policy framework, and enhancing institutional and human capacity. And this is particularly important to associate the priority of working on renewing infrastructure to the development of developing country, and associate this to the building of a clean energy system. These components, from the bedrock of the goals to triple renewable energy by 2030 and are also integral to IRENA's medium-term strategy adopted in the last Assembly session. This Assembly session has been structured to facilitate discussion on these critical issues, as international cooperation is the only way to fulfill this essential global agenda. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering in a new era of change, one in which the energy transition will drive economic transformation. This change is bringing unprecedented new opportunities that can revitalize economies and lift people out of poverty. Energy transition are today's decision-making and with real impact on every lives. Looking ahead, we know that there will be challenges. Some of them we can anticipate, others we cannot. But so long as we remain on the path of innovation, collaboration, and determination, we can reach a renewable-based energy future that will underpin a sustainable and more equitable world. And thanking you for having listened to my presentation. I really wish to thank you for your patience and understanding. We are having some difficulties, but we will overcome them, and this will be a wonderful General Assembly because you are with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. It's now with a great pleasure that I invite the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his welcoming remarks.
Excellencies, friends, I'm pleased to send my warmest greetings to this 14th Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency. And I thank Mr. La Camera for his leadership. Our collective future depends on collective action that makes the work of IRENA critical. The renewables revolution is unstoppable, and the phase-out of fossil fuels is inevitable. Our task is to ensure the transition is fast enough and fair enough to limit the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius and bring the benefits of affordable clean power to everyone by 2030. Countries must act on their COP28 commitments with the G20 in the lead. Accelerating fossil fuel phase-out this decade, doubling energy efficiency and tripling renewables capacity, and presenting new national climate action plans by 2025 that align with 1.5 degrees and cover the whole economy. Without finance and support, this is simply impossible for developing countries. So we need action from the G20 to mobilize the financial and technical resources they need, from developed countries to deliver on their finance commitments, and from IRENA to intensify your support to countries preparing their new national climate plans. We also need a strong outcome at COP29 and reform of the business model of multilateral development banks to increase their lending potential and bolster their efforts to mobilize private finance. Together, let's supercharge the renewables revolution, and I thank you.
I would like to thank the United Nations Secretary General for his remarks. It is now with a great pleasure that I invite the President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, Permanent Representative of Trinidad and Tobago to the United Nations, for his welcoming remarks.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jimmy Gasor, Minister of Infrastructure of the Republic of Rwanda and President of the 14th Assembly of IRENA, Mr. Francesco La Camera, Director-General of IRENA, distinguished participants. I deeply appreciate the kind invitation by the Director-General to address the opening of the 14th Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency, also marking the 4th World Energy Transition Day. I very much regret that I am unable to join you in person, despite my keen interest in the critical issues on the agenda of IRENA's assembly. As you may be aware, the timing of your assembly overlaps with the United Nations General Assembly's first ever Sustainability Week, which I am convening here in New York from the 15th to the 19th of April. The Assembly's focus this year on the outcome of the COP28 infrastructure, policies, and skills for tripling renewable and accelerating the energy transition could not be more timely, as it is so well aligned with the themes of Sustainability Week. Not only do we need to urgently get back on track to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, we must do so now across the globe and in a sustainable way. Achieving this goal also demands that we strengthen both our resolve and our collective action to accelerate energy transition and efficiency by 2030. The COP28 global stocktake recognizes that emissions must be cut by 43% by 2030. Crucially, it underscores that climate finance is falling far short by trillions, imperiling the much-needed support for developing countries to deliver on commitments under SDG 7. Excellencies, if we hope to achieve the set global targets, we simply must raise our ambition in scaling up investments, providing the means of implementation, forging multi-stakeholder partnerships that are conducive for transitioning to low-carbon, resource-efficient, and socially inclusive economies. Our collective efforts must result in major shifts in the ways we produce and consume or use energy throughout our societies, cognizant of the sustainability imperative. To be clear, the path to accelerate this evolution must be a just and inclusive one that fully recognizes the diversity of local, regional, and global realities, and the unique pathways for enacting change. This recognition is especially important for countries in special situations, the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. As the most vulnerable constituency within the Global South, the survival of this group of countries depends on strong support and partnerships, especially to help them build their productive capacity and achieve economic transformation. At the core of such support is the transfer of technology, coupled with intense focus on key sectors such as quality education, as well as the upskilling and reskilling needed in the green economy domain. Inclusivity also means we must harness the vast potential of all segments of society, such as governments, the private sector, civil society, the scientific community, and academia, among others. Those disproportionately affected, especially women, who make up 1/3 of the renewable energy workforce, and yet have little say in decisions made, must also be prioritized. Throughout, we must tap into the huge demographic dividend in regions like Africa and elsewhere, ensuring that young people are at the forefront of our engagements, thus catering for the future generations. Excellencies, distinguished participants, let me close with a reassurance that as President of the General Assembly, I will continue to play my part to advance our common causes. It is my hope that the outcomes of Sustainability Week will complement and build upon the synergies that exist between our respective processes, driven as they are by the sustainability imperative. In just 2 days, on 19th April, as part of the global energy stocktake, the member states and other stakeholders will evaluate the success of the UN Decade of Sustainable Energy for All and explore actions to increase energy access and accelerate the transition to renewable fuels. To cap the week, I will launch a call to action to encourage and boost global cooperation beyond the UN Decade, with a view to adding urgency towards the realization of SDG 7. Indeed, it will take all of us working cooperatively and purposively to create the magnitude of the transformative impact we need. To that end, we must seize the opportunities before us. I look forward to IRENA's valuable contributions to these important discussions, and I wish you especially productive deliberations during your 14th Assembly. I thank you.
I would like to thank the President of the United Nations General Assembly for his remarks. I would like now to invite all the head of delegations to join us at the podium for a family photo, after which we will continue the consideration of the agenda and the high-level panel on tripling of renewables. Please, the head of delegations.
Doesn't have to. Distinguished delegates, may we request you to take your seats? The high-level panel on the tripling of renewable energies will begin shortly. Thank you.
distinguished delegates, we now call for the panelists to join me at the podium. Yes, hello. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the Assembly to take up the agenda item 9. The item 9 is a high-level plenary session. The Assembly has before it a background document with the same title contained in A/14/BN/1. This high-level plenary session on tripling of renewables will set the scene for the Assembly's deliberations as the renewables-based energy transition takes center stage in our efforts. Building on the outcome of COP28, it will chart the path for immediate course correction and bold actions to support these ambitious commitments. Taking into account the diverse circumstances, needs, and opportunities for the cooperation amongst the global IRENA membership. To initiate our plenary discussions, let me share a few thoughts to start our discussions. The previous session provided an important context for our discussion. We have some 6 years left until 2030, which is an important timeline for both climate and development. We have a small window of opportunity to get back on track, and international cooperation is a key for our collective progress. The next round of NDCs will be an important milestone, so we have a dual task of accelerating implementation and raising ambition. But I want to emphasize the point made by the Director General on his opening remarks. It is essential that we accelerate the deployment of renewables, but it is also essential that we do so in a way that progress is widespread and leads to a more equitable world. So we need to ensure that developing countries are not left behind in this race to 2030. For that, cost of the access to finance plays a vital role for developing countries, and you have an opportunity to tackle the agenda in this session and over the coming days, so that we can provide tangible steps for progress on the way to COP29 in Baku. Private sector plays a key role in our collective efforts to triple renewables by 2030, so I look forward to their concrete and constructive input into our conversation. I look forward to the discussion, which I'm certain will be insightful and compelling. We will now hear insight from a high-level panel of speakers on the actions to accelerate the energy transition, building on the outcome of COP28. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Becky Anderson, Managing Editor, CNN Abu Dhabi and Anchor. So let me now hand over to our moderator. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, President Gasori. I hope you can all hear me. I think you can. Good. An apology for some of the technical issues this morning. You will understand, given the weather here, that it is a real result that we are all gathered here today, that everybody is here, and that we can engage in this discussion. President Gasori, thank you. Director-General Camera earlier on today, thank you for kicking off what is this high-level plenary and our conversation today. COP28 very much marked a significant turning point. The UAE consensus clearly setting a direction for our future energy system in line with Paris. It is a pathway at its backbone, a threefold increase in renewable energy capacity to 11,000 gigawatts by 2030 and a twofold increase or enhancement in energy efficiency improvements. The consensus is that this is doable, but let's be real, it is easier said than done, particularly against what is this backdrop of macroeconomic uncertainties. Increasingly, the technology, the innovation, and the policy in the power sector exists, at least in many parts of the world. But today, the scale and extent of the implementation falls way short of where we should be. There is a huge gap, as many of you will know in this room, and I'm sure we will hear from you and those who will join me on what are two panels today. There is a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots. Many in the global north are charging ahead, while others, primarily in the global south, are stuck in the slow lane by no fault of their own. This is a responsibility that we all, and I include myself here as a member of the media, the international media, it is absolutely imperative that we keep this high on our agenda. The business case is strong. The deeply entrenched barriers stemming from structures and systems created for what was the fossil fuel era, which of course does continue, they continue to hamper progress. On top of that, of course, you've got the global political and economic headwinds, not least from the risk of further conflict here in this region, and an increasing polarization around the world, which negatively impacts climate ambition as a whole. So, how do you come together to tackle these big goals? And how does IRENA play a role, a greater role, in monitoring progress and identifying that the world is at least on track, on the right track? The object of this high-level panel then is not to repeat lofty ideals. We are way past that point, but to identify concrete and immediate actions, ladies and gentlemen, to drive implementation of renewable energy transition. This is two parts, as I suggested. We'll hear from national and regional stakeholders here with me now on their perspectives, and in the second part we will be joined by some leading private sector players to talk implementation. So that's my bit done. I'm going to hand it over to those who really know what they are doing, get them to talk about the challenges, get them to talk about where they see the opportunities, get them to be real about and provide us concrete examples of where things are working and where things are not. And our first panel then is the following. Her Excellency, Dr. Armani Abu Zaid, who is the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy in the African Union. Welcome. Her Excellency Lisa Cummins, Minister of Energy and Business, Barbados. Welcome. Her Excellency Ms. Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy in the EU. Thank you. 3 women on the panel. I'm delighted. And I am also delighted to welcome to this panel Mr. Parviz Shahbazov, who is the Minister of Energy in Azerbaijan. Thank you for joining us. An incredibly important year for you this year. We're absolutely delighted to have you joining us. Kadri, let me start with you if I can. With 6 years left to 2030, IRENA believes that the only realistic path to meet the target of 43% emissions reductions is and to stay on a 1.5 degree trajectory is where we are at in the UAE consensus. Is a 43% cut in emissions to stay on this 1.5 path feasible? Let's just start there.
Thank you for this question, and it is great to see you, Becky, again. I remember that we met at the margins of COP28, not so far away from now. And indeed, I truly believe that COP28 was a successful COP. Together with IRENA, we managed to gather more than 130 countries to back our pledge to triple renewables and double energy efficiency gains. And now it is all about implementation, because 2030 is only 6 years away, and that means that at this very moment, we need to know already how we can deliver. And earlier this year, I had also a chance to visit Baku. I met with Parviz and also President of Azerbaijan. We discussed that COP29 should exactly address renewables, but also financing issue, because only by granting support to all the countries across the globe who are willing to replace some of the fossil fuel production with renewables, we can achieve what we promised. EU, from our side, we do our part. We have increased our renewable targets significantly. We will cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030, and we already look beyond 2030. So we know that by 2040, we will cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 90%. And that means that our power generation has to be decarbonized by that time. But also globally, be assured that the EU was the largest donor for renewables and energy efficiency, and we will remain to do so. The challenge is that public funds are not enough. So we have to address the issue how private financing will be accessible for the remaining world.
Kadri, let me press you here. All member states signed up to the pledge. Are they meeting their objectives, especially at a time when we have seen many countries re-embracing fossil fuels when crisis hits? We see increasing polarization across the European space, as we do in other spaces around the world, and oftentimes that is denting climate ambition. Are you concerned about where the EU is at present, given where the EU was at with its pledges? And I think you're absolutely right to point out that public finances are strapped.
EU 27 member states have been extremely ambitious, because we do see that green transition helps us to get rid of our dangerous dependence on imported fossil fuels. 2 years ago, we brought online 63 gigawatts of new renewable capacity. Last year, we brought online 70. And this year, we do expect that there will be even bigger volumes coming online. What is our challenge? Our challenge is that we have to invest heavily also to transmission and distribution grids, because renewables do demand more flexibility. And another challenge, just this Monday, I met with all 27 energy ministers back in Brussels, was that last year, our regulators recorded more than 6,000 occasions where our electricity price was zero, because renewables and nuclear covers all the demand. And that also sends very confusing signal to the renewables investors. How can they expect revenues if renewables are really dominating the market and will bring prices for consumers and industry down close to zero?
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Dr. Abu Zaid, we are looking at a goal of tripling renewable energy capacity to 11,000 gigawatts by 2030. There was less than 3 gigawatts of renewables added in Africa in 2023. That's compared to nearly 480 gigawatts globally, still not enough to reach the target. Why is that? And how can we alter the trend?
Thank you, Becky, and allow me, before I start, to thank both the country and IRENA for hosting this important event and for inviting the African Union. Let me maybe put things into context. Africa's emissions are 3%. That's the least region that is emitting in the world. Africa is also home to the largest solar power plants, 2 of them. The share of renewables in Africa energy mix is 40%, which is the highest in the world. And 20 countries in Africa depend mainly on renewables for their source of energy. And some countries actually have 90% of their energy comes from renewables, meaning that Africa is the world leader when it comes to renewables, and that is an established fact. However, also a fact that Africa is still suffering from serious energy poverty. More than half of our population do not have access to electricity, and 90% of our population, 1 billion Africans, do not have access to clean cooking. So our approach to energy, and especially renewable, is that we need to do as much as possible and to go as fast as possible in order to ensure a universal access to electricity. And what best than renewables? Africa is endowed with huge potential for renewables, and yet what is implemented is really a fraction. I'm saying 0.3, 0.5% of the potential that we have. Our ambitions and our targets far exceed what the COP28 said, because our target is to add from 56 gigawatt currently to reach 300 gigawatt by 2030 and 700 gigawatt by 2040. So our targets and ambitions are really far more what anyone else has set for themselves.
So what's limiting?
Now, what is limiting? And that's a very important question. Now, what is limiting? One, we're talking about $1.3 trillion, for which what is available is about 30 billion. So there is $1 trillion that is missing. The infrastructure, and I'm really happy that Kadri mentioned the issue of infrastructure. It's not just about generation. It's also the whole value chain for renewables, especially the infrastructure. And as African Union, we have been developing a master plan for the continent, and I would like here to thank IRENA for supporting and providing the technical expertise. A master plan for the continent, linking and bridging the whole continent and connecting from source to distribution to the final user using interconnections. And we made all the calculations, all the plans, all the scenarios, so as by 2040, Africa has the African single electricity market, trading electricity across the continent. This is going to be the largest in the world, and a very ambitious program that is also supported by the European Union. And our aim is to cover all the needs of the continent and to export. So we need everyone's expertise, the finance, and the action. And here I would like to really emphasize the issue of the action. I believe that over 20 and soon 29 crops, we said enough. Now, the pledges, there are plenty. It's not going to go well now if we continue with yet again, some pledges. What is only going to matter is real action, real implementation. What the world needs, not just for Africa, but also for the world, is to ensure that there is universal access to electricity in Africa and soonest, and using all the great potential for clean energy that we have.
Thank you, and I'm going to come back to you. There's some fantastic points there. Minister Cummins, before I do that, I do want to get your perspective. You've put forward very concrete proposals for both short-term relief for developing countries and a large reform package. Have you seen any funds coming your way and the way of the wider Smaller Islands group?
Thank you, Becky. Good to see you again. Good to be here representing Barbados. I think that's such an important question. So one, we have been seeing pledges of resources coming into small island developing states, and we have been able to see that there have been discussions even this week in New York, in Sustainability Week, and coming up in the spring meetings in Washington with the international financial institutions. There has been this ongoing discussion around, one, making financing available, but perhaps more importantly, making financing available on terms and using conditions that are fit for purpose for developing countries and for small island developing states. In particular, those countries that have accelerated timelines to be able to ensure that we are able to meet our renewable energy transition targets. What we have seen in Barbados specifically has been that there has been an excess supply of investment resources, and that the development community, they have also come forward with additional resources to make that available. The problem comes with the terms and conditions of that capital. And then ultimately, one of the things that we have been focusing very extensively has been, if the cost of capital, the supply of capital, CapEx for infrastructure projects and for transitioning is high, then that has a pass-through effect on consumer prices, making electricity unaffordable in small economies and resulting in increases in cost of living for consumers and for production, for the productive sectors. So this is a balancing conversation that we're now having. Accessing financing at levels that are going to be fit for purpose, and ensuring affordability of electricity costs to consumers.
And this is not a new appeal. You and I have been talking about this for a long time. Certainly the issue of finance, of climate finance, of transition investment, very much put on the map in Dubai. I mean, I think we'll all agree, the conversations were being had, they were being had at a very high level. The ambition, sir, was that this would be the year of climate finance. Baku will host the next meeting. It is a huge responsibility. I know the Troika, you're working together with Brazil in 2030 and with the folks here in the UAE to ensure the momentum continues. Can I be very specific here and ask you, how are you making this year the year of climate finance, and how are you addressing what we have already heard, certainly from two of our three speakers, key speakers today, and I know the European Union will be fascinated to play a role in and hear from you in how finance is accelerated. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Finance certainly is important. As last year here in the UAE, there was an excellent initiative on global pledge on tripling renewable sources of energy and doubling the energy efficiency. We all understand that without finance, it would be almost not possible, because all ambitious political decisions we take, all plans we develop, need at the end finance to implement it. We know that of course, from the international experience, but we know it also from the experience which we are living through in our country. We are developing very rapidly the renewable sources of energy in Azerbaijan right now. And we are going to get some results, already more than doubling by 2027, and tripling even more maybe by 2030. So, and the realization of these plans, of course, need financial support, need investments, and need financing. What we are going to do as a COP29 country. Of course, I agree with you, this year has been already declared, also from our side, as a year of finance. And we will, on the negotiation track, together with all the partners, all the members of the participating states, will try to reach the new collective quantitative goal for the finance, in order to make it possible, first of all, to meet commitments that have been made earlier by the COP28, and secondly, to prepare for the announcement of the new NDCs at the 30th COP30 in the 2025 in Brazil. And of course, how successful we will be, the time will show, but it will certainly also depend on all the countries participating in this process. We will do our best. I'm sure we will make another contribution to this process, but we all have to understand that finance, as we just heard it also from other speakers, is key factors. So it is indeed not only the generation of power, it is also the upgrade of the grid. It is the ability to balance renewable intermittent energy flow. It is the interconnectors, which are extremely important. And these are million and million the dollars which we need to invest into this system. We are in Azerbaijan, have our national experience in advancing these issues. We have already started the process, as I have been already mentioning, with the tripling of renewable sources of energy. And we attracted the energy companies, we attracted the financial institutions, but we are not only working within our borders. We are also cooperating regionally and internationally. One of our strongest partners is the European Union, and we have joint projects with some European countries. We are planning now to build green energy corridor from the Caspian Sea to Europe, and we have already started with the feasibility study. By the end of this year, we will announce the first results of this study, and as we know from the previous studies, it is going to be viable. So this is one very important thing, to bring regions together, to bring not only neighboring countries, but also neighboring regions together, because the situation in different regions and different countries are quite different. And it will help to the entire international community, energy community, to meet all these commitments. Thank you.
And IRENA believes international cooperation can be the catalyst for change. Effective monitoring of progress and action on course correction is important. IRENA exists to support countries in their energy transition. And it's good to hear where your thoughts are with regard the meeting at the end of the year. So we've been discussing perhaps two key points here: how the world builds the necessary infrastructure and investment at scale in grids, in technology, in innovation, both land and sea routes to accommodate new production locations, trade patterns, demand centers. Let's talk about a very important issue which you as a group should be able to provide us some concrete ideas on. How do we advance policy and regulatory architecture to facilitate targeted investments? President Ghazouri.
Thank you. I want to highlight the importance of moving to actions. COP28 was a landmark decision which provided measurable and targeted directions that you are heading to. But this cannot be as useful if we don't move to actions. Actions are driven by policies, and the policies need also financing mechanisms to be implemented. It was mentioned by European Union that there are challenges they have because they have already invested in other forms of energies that may compete with investment in renewable energy transition. But also, for African Union, we have mentioned energy poverty. I see that as a low-hanging fruit because we still need more investment. We have not yet invested in so many polluting energy that may compete with new investment in renewable energies. As I see the case of Rwanda, we are already at 73% of electrification, but also as a fast-growing country, we need more investment in energy. So I see developing countries as a very good fertile ground to move further to the transition of renewable energies. We are already leading in renewable energy, but you can do better. As we think of further investment, as we think of economic growth, we can consider putting more emphasis in the mix, in the renewable energy mix. So policies need to cater for that, to support investors, and to give confidence to private sector investors that there is a room to get a return on their investment. That's on a country level, but I believe to achieve the scale that is needed to reach the target of 2030, right, we actually need a global and regional cooperation, not individual country actions. Thank you.
Kadri, the reason I want to really drill down here is because at present, and perhaps get your perspective on this, in Europe, do we still see the priority of government policy push rather than corporate pull for this energy transition, specifically that of renewables? And if that is what we are seeing in Europe, I think if I came to you, Amani, you would very definitely say that on the demand and supply equation, policy push is still more important across Africa than corporate pull. Oh, you're shaking your head a little bit, so that's a good thing. Kadri, let me start with you.
In Europe, we really have seen that, that political announcements about our ambitious targets will send a clear message to private sector. So they know the way of direction, but you cannot be sure that your announcements will successfully be delivered unless you track the progress. And we call this governance, but basically each and every government provides us very detailed plans, what they aim for. So they are presenting detailed plans about their climate and energy action. And by doing so, we know that we will meet our goals. This is 42.5% renewables by 2030 for current decade. At the same time, we always monitor the possible new challenges that will be creating burden for developers. And in this regard, at this very moment when globally we are facing very high inflation situation, some of the renewable developers, so they have seen that due to the lengthy processes to build, for example, offshore wind farm, they will not be able to deliver what they promised for their financiers. And this is something where we can step in and provide them, for example, counter guarantees. We have done that for European offshore developers with the help of European Investment Bank that we call European Climate Bank. And this is a scheme that could help also developers across globe. Another thing what we are doing, we are creating hydrogen economy. And at very first stage, we know that clean hydrogen will be more expensive than natural gas. But to breach this green premium, we have launched auctions under our hydrogen bank, and that also gives us, not only for European developers, but also global developers, the predictability, what the revenues will look like when they will invest into the renewables and electrolyzers.
Amani.
Do you have any specific questions?
Yeah, I mean, how do we advance policy and regulatory architecture to facilitate targeted investments is the first question. And I think you addressed some of that in your first answer earlier on today. But I'm also interested to know, at the back of all of this, whether across Africa, your data and insight suggests that there is sufficient corporate pull towards an energy transition as there is, government policy push.
I would just want to clarify something. I did address the issue of supply, but we also working, actually, we addressing the whole spectrum. And the same thing comes from, the demand. It's true there is no demand. We cannot suppress the demand in Africa, given that there is no energy for the majority of people to start with. But wherever there is energy, we also want to make sure that it's used properly. So here comes the issue of energy efficiency. And we are very keen, on, again, even exceeding the target of doubling the energy efficiency. And since you mentioned information, we are developing, or we continue to develop, the African Energy Information System. For instance, in Southern Africa, we made calculation that by reducing or being more efficient in terms of the energy usage by 5 or 9%, it can allow us to build 3 to 5 power plants. So this is how important, and talk about low-hanging fruits, this is really the low-hanging fruits. Same thing goes to the grid. The wastage in the grids, because they are old, they are incapable of, of carrying the load that is being the current one. The wastage is calculated by 30 or 40%. So an upgrade of the grids alone can, help us save or, generate 30 to 40%, move 30 to 40% energy. So we try to work on, every aspect, including also transport, and I want to emphasize transport, since 25% of our emissions come from transport. So again, improving, the public transportation, The railways, we continue to advocate for the use of railways, to alleviate the load of the roads and, the dependability on the reliability on cars, which is very polluting, and so on and so forth. So we have really to work across the board when it comes to supply and demand. Saying that if there's enough push for the poor, again, this is not, in the case of Africa, is not a choice. We need energy, and we need it fast because we are growing population. 65% of our population is young people, and our needs in terms of socioeconomic growth, of industrialization, of development are huge. And without energy, we cannot do all of this. So it's not a rhetoric. It's not something that we advocate, just in conferences. This is the real life of an African. There is nothing, so we cannot continue like this. And we are determined to change the status quo. The very first point that you mentioned in your question regarding investments, at the same time we are advocating for more investments, but we are also, as African Union and African nations, we are working on improving the investment climate. It has to go both ways. So economically speaking, we cannot continue with the business model that we're having. We have to get it into our heads, all of us, that the private sector is an important player, and that we want to make sure that our policies in terms of investment, energy, and otherwise are attractive enough for the private sector investment, and that the rating agencies that misrate Africa unfairly and stereotype Africa would also have to do their duty in ensuring that proper rating and to reduce the cost of capital.
Unblocking that capital once again. I mean, let's just get your further perspective on what you've just heard from our panelists, if you will.
Thanks for that, Becky. Let me start by saying that policy, certainly for Barbados and many of our countries, is not too big a pull. Because for Barbados, we have an energy transition target to be able to derive 100% of our electricity by 2030 from renewables. 2035 is the outer limit. And so the policy has been set. The regulatory is still not keeping pace, and so we're working through those kinds of things. However, the implementation of the policies and the regulatory arrangements that we each make in our countries is where the challenges come. And that's really where I want to situate my comments. We have seen across the global community, the international system, the United Nations system, dating back to time immemorial, from financing to development, to the Millennium Development Goals, to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now we're talking about the COP targets. 2020, COP28 was an important target for us, and we went into COP28 saying it is a time for delivery. And at this stage, we're now talking about what do we need in order to meet, one, the targets, policy and regulation, yes, but also to exceed them. And if our history globally is anything to go by, we set the targets, the policies have been set, but implementation is where we fall down each and every time. And on this occasion, certainly on behalf of countries like Barbados, which is a small island developing state, this is an existential crisis. This is something that we don't get a chance to redo. We absolutely have to do it, and we absolutely have to do it now. And so implementation of policies, access to supply chains, getting into the granular, fine work of what it will take to actually do all of this, ensuring that we're able to get access to the supplies and to technologies, to build capacity, to have access to skills development, to have fit-for-purpose technologies that meet our needs, to be able to accelerate the transition. This is the fine work that policy now requires of our countries and our agencies.
And do you see enough work being done, enough ambition for the priorities there that you laid out? You say the granular work can come afterwards, but unless we get, clear ambition and concrete action around those two first starters for 10, as it were, you're not going to get anywhere else. Are you seeing that? And if not, how do we accelerate that action?
I think absolutely we need to be able to get there, and we need to be able to have that ambition accelerated first, heightened, and then accelerated. We, for example, in Barbados set a target which is highly ambitious, 2030, 2035, to be able to get to net zero. But when we look around the global community, is it comfortable for us to take 2050, 2060? You know, how long is too long for us as a global community, and how much more quickly do we need to make the transition? Barbados has a fuel import bill, for example. We don't produce any of the transition fuels. We import 100% of the fuel. And if we are still depending on fossil fuels in the first instance at this stage to be able to fuel our base load, then it creates a challenge for us because our acceleration to renewables is compromised because we're spending too much money on the very side that we want to be able to migrate away from. And that's a challenge that every single country in our part of the world is navigating, and I believe across the African continent as well. So these are challenges that we absolutely must mitigate against, and we have to increase that level of ambition and accelerate the process. And yes, get into the granular implementation work of what it will take for every country, nuanced, developed, developing, small island countries, to be able to meet those targets.
Amani, I think you wanted to pick up on a number of points there.
I wanted to add something, because at the end of the day, I mean, we're talking investments here. I believe that, and there is a role also for IRENA to play. We need to highlight the good examples and the best practices, and to showcase how investing in clean energy is a profitable business. This is not a philanthropy we're talking about. This is a real business and a very profitable business. So this has to be highlighted in order also to ensure that we attract investments the right way and in a way where they feel that it's really palatable, it's attractive, it's profitable, they are incentivized. So I do believe that there's also a role for IRENA to showcase, not just for the governments, for the private sector. There are trillions of dollars that, you know, are going around the world. And for my region, Africa, we are getting between 2 to 3% of these trillions. So we want to make sure that we're also showing that the good examples, the best practices, the investment opportunities that are out there.
It's interesting that you bring up the idea that this is not philanthropic work. Actually, interestingly, at COP28, the business and philanthropy community did actually get together to provide at least a narrative, a conversation around how philanthropic dollars can actually provide some catalytic money. But you're very right to point out, if we treat, you know, the transition to a new future as a philanthropic exercise, we're not going to get anywhere. President Gasori, I want to bring you in here. It's really interesting that we are actually addressing some points for IRENA and on IRENA's behalf. What can this organization do to provide more information, more substance for individual member countries? President Gasori, we talk a lot about climate finance, and rightly so. But as the Kenyan president, President Ruto, has advocated, I think for years, none of that will be feasible without reforming the global financial infrastructure. And that is very much in play at present. Have we seen sufficient reform, to your mind, at this point? If not, what more needs to happen? Certainly our esteemed colleague here from Azerbaijan will be considering how those conversations go in Baku about where we are at and where we must go. Your thoughts?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question? I tried, but I didn't get the question.
We talk a lot about climate finance. We also have spoken over the past couple of years increasingly about reforming the global financial infrastructure. And that's a very wide-ranging discussion. So, you know, treat it as you may as a question. Where do you see the action in reform of the global financial infrastructure, and where do we need to see more Where do we need to unblock the system, or how, is what I'm asking?
Yes, I think we need coordination and concerted efforts. I'm thinking, for example, to the situation of Rwanda. We have a Rwanda Green Fund, which is there to collect and to tap into various financial mechanisms that are there to support the green growth, the Rwanda green growth. I see a similar efforts if we have like a renewable energy fund for Africa or a similar infrastructure that would be the center, will be the institution or a fund that will be the go-to for all the financial infrastructures and will support the policy in Africa, in African countries or developing countries, will support skills in terms of renewable energy infrastructures, will support investment, because as it well mentioned, it's not only philanthropy, it can also be, and it is a business to invest in renewables. But it needs a landscape, it needs an environment that attracts those businesses, those investments. So I see a need for a collective and a concentrated efforts to finance a renewable energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I'm going to leave the last word to you, given your role this year. So, and I will come to you in the next couple of minutes to just get your final thoughts on what is the first part of this two-part high-level plenary discussion. Kadri, let me come to you then with a sort of closing question before I come to our esteemed colleague. We promised that we would not repeat lofty ideals, or I certainly set out with a promise to not repeat lofty ideals, but to identify concrete and immediate actions to drive the implementation of the renewable energy transition. We've certainly heard some very sensible thoughts from our first panel today. Give me just a couple of concrete and immediate actions that you genuinely believe will drive us forward on what is, as IRENA has pointed out, the only realistic pathway to 1.5.
In one of my previous interventions, I mentioned that in Europe we have a very clear governance scheme in place. And this is also the reason why we propose that there should be a monitoring framework that allows us to follow what is happening, since 132 countries agreed that we will triple renewables and double energy efficiency gains. And we are discussing that together with IRENA and IEA to set up this kind of framework that allows all the countries who have made the pledge to report their progress. And we truly believe that this is a biggest challenge for this decade on climate front, to cover the global growing demand for electricity by renewables. And that would make sense when COP29 hosts will also table this topic to the meeting of the leaders, who for sure will convene later this year in Baku. And from our side, we want to make clear that renewables do have a market case, but also that if we will deploy new wind installations, both onshore and offshore, and hundreds of gigawatts of solar, then it should also create new jobs across the globe. We should not create a very dangerous dependency on one single supplier. And we are ready to engage with our international partners so that, that across the globe there will be alternative production sites that allow us actually to deliver this green transition.
Thank you. Sir, I'll finish where I started with this panel, with 6 years left to 2030. IRENA at least believes that the only realistic path is the one set out in the UAE consensus to meet the target of 43% reduction in emissions, to stay on a 1.5-degree trajectory. That is a tripling of renewable energy capacity and the doubling of energy efficiency improvements. Give me just a couple of headline thoughts with regard concrete and immediate action that you would like to see in order to ensure that we stay on this path.
We have been discussing already for a while about actions, and we really need actions. And we have different platforms. Of course, the COP platform is there in place, and we are doing the necessary job. I mean, the presidencies and all the partners are doing the necessary work there. The finance, we have already mentioned here, absolutely important. And this year, we all expect another step done in this direction. This is if we able to agree about the quantitative goal this year, and then as a subsequent, we will have announcement in the year after the new NDCs. It will be already, in my opinion, good result and excellent action. Another platform, we can name the IRENA activities. What we can see here, of course, it's done a lot in terms of international cooperation, coordination, bringing the best examples as a showcases for all the participants, and making them also for them possible to participate in all these processes. But at the same time, IRENA should be commended for the activities it has already started and has been holding already for a couple of years, and now, as I know, has an intention to enhance these activities. This is the investment forums. These are going also to be the real actions, because they will bring, it's clear, the countries, the target countries, or the regions even, together with the potential investors, and of course the other stakeholders like financial institutions, then the consultancy companies, the technical support giving institutions will be also the part of this process. It will be another real action, and I believe in that. Such actions always give results. Maybe not immediately, but they give results. And as a principle, we need more international cooperation again, and we need to share our experience in terms of national programs, strategies, in terms of the regulatory measures, in terms of legal frameworks, and use the best practices. I think this is what we need to do in order to have a real outcome.
Thank you. Amani.
Allow me just to say something in thanking COP28 and especially Dr. El Jaber, who was just here, because it's been a fantastic process and participatory one, and he made sure that throughout the year, actually over 5 or 6 rounds of consultations, that every voice was heard, that every concern was included, and that Africa particularly, the one that I represent, has been really very present. And I hope and I'm sure that Azerbaijan will continue with that tradition. We want one thing from COP29, only one. We want a very thorough tracking mechanism of every dollar, fresh dollar, that comes into implementation of renewables and efficiency in Africa. Not ones by source and by country, and not for strategies or capacity, and not repackaged money, but new money that comes into implementation in Africa. That's the only thing that we want, because I do believe we are done with the strategies, the ideas, the concepts, and the decisions. It's only time for implementation. That's the one request that we want from COP29.
Well put. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to let you go, and we will crack on to what is the second part of this high-level plenary. This has been a fascinating conversation. Let me hand it back to Ms. Gazore to wrap up this part of the conversation. Would you like me to just carry on?
We wrap up after the second part.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, look, that was really always, and it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. We've been discussing, I think, 3 key questions here. How does the world build the necessary infrastructure and investment at scale in grids? We know the land exists. We know that you can permit sufficiently. We know that the infrastructure is insufficient and that grids and storage are, where the action needs to be. But as Her Excellency pointed out, there needs to be money against the ideas, money against what we know to be priorities here. And as Amani pointed out, we need to see new money committed against these immediate and concrete needs. How do we advance policy and regulatory architecture to facilitate targeted investments? We've discussed that. And how do we strategically realign institutional capacities to help ensure that skills and capabilities match this new transition? IRENA certainly believes, through my conversations with those here at this organization, that international cooperation can be a catalyst for change. Effective monitoring of progress and action on course correction, and that comes to the NDPs that we've been discussing in this past panel, absolutely critical. And IRENA sits at the forefront of, ensuring that that monitoring is effective and efficient. But we have to see this cooperation as real and effective. Now, we've heard from government and regional leaders. Let's get the opportunity now to hear from the private sector in this conversation, because at the end of the day, the bulk of the funds need to come both from the private sector, and we need to see the appetite from the private sector for renewable energy. We really need to identify how we can bring about this change. Joining me for this conversation are Ms. Habiba Ali, who is the CEO of Susai Energies, Mr. Mohammed Jamil El-Ramahi, who is the CEO of Mazda. Do we have him with us here? Mr. Jose Manuel Entrecanales, welcome, sir, the CEO of Acciona. Luc Raymond, welcome, sir, the CEO of EDF. Ms. Julie Souda, who is the CEO of Long Duration Energy Storage Council and chair of the Global Renewables Alliance. What a title that is. Ms. Dani Kian, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing your name as well as I should be, Jinko Solar Global. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. So I think, and I'm going to just allude to my dear friend from IRENA here, the only person on this panel that we are missing at present is Mohammed. Is that correct? Great, okay. All right, thank you. Let me begin with you, Mr. Entrecanales. Jose Manuel, you have 50,000 employees, as I understand it, in 52 countries. That gives you a pretty good global overview. What are the immediate challenges that you see as a business when it comes to investing and delivering sustainable projects, and what can governments do to make the energy transition a reality?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and congratulations for such a fantastic event, notwithstanding the temperature of the room, which is going to kill a few of us. The question, let me just give a tiny bit of context. I'm a private company, publicly traded, but totally private capital, big part of the company owned by a single family. So very much a company that has grown, has developed its history related to infrastructures, and then over the last 30 years dedicated most of its investment to renewable energy. We started in 1995 developing wind plants, and at this stage we're present in almost every market economy of the world. The truth is that we haven't really advanced much. I must say that I am, over 30 years, I now feel that I'm frustrated. When I started with this, in retrospect, the level of concentration of CO2 was something like in the 20s, low 20s, gigawatts of CO2 and emissions of around those levels. We're gone up to, in 30 years, to like 38, which is really not done very well. The renewable market was, we've really, in the market economies, I think we are losing ground at a speed that it's quite worrying. Last year, about 70% of the total installed capacity came from China, while China is about, I don't know exactly, but there's 17% of the GDP of the world, and they've installed 70%, while the other portion of the world, the US, Europe, all the big economies which account for probably more than 50 or 55% of the GDP, we only put down 20% of the capacity. That's worrying. That's worrying. And it's worrying because I think the main element for capital attraction, which is the key to developing renewable energy or any infrastructure by that matter, from the source of private capital, the main element for attraction of capital is not actually working as well as it should. Of course, there are problems of all sorts. Each country has a problem, each region has a different type of problem. In Europe, we have regulatory problems. We then have transmission and network problems. Then we have price signal problems. In Africa, we have scale problems. We have financing problems. In Latin America, we have political problems. In the United States, actually, the United States have done a very good job with IRA. But the point I want to make is we tend to forget the overwhelming element that moves private capital and that needs to be enhanced to the extent of matching the excellent performance that China is doing in this industry, which is the risk-reward equation. The risk-reward equation, the business model. the business model is not working sufficiently well as to attract the trillions and trillions that need to be invested.
Okay, so that's a really important point to finish on and jump on with as we move through this panel. Luke, what do you make of what you've just heard? What do you make, sir, of what you've just heard? Yes, yes. No, you.
You're addressing me. We can't. Me? We can't hear you very well.
You can't. Apologies. Can you hear me now? I tell you what, you can hear me a little bit better, can't you? What do you make of what we've just heard? I'm referring to you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't understand who you were referring to. I thought you said what he had just said. Okay. As much as it was a bit difficult to hear him because he was quite muffled, but I think I'll speak to the idea of the activities that are being done to, triple the renewable energy adoption in across the globe. And what I make of that is generally that there's a lot of things, activities that, even the previous speakers had actually spoken to. And for us on the private sector, especially for organizations that are actually going down into the rural communities and deploying these solutions, it is quite key for us to ensure that the right kind of technologies, the right kind of solutions are being deployed to reach the people who actually require them. And this will be supported by policies and activities that the government is, doing to enhance these actions. I would say speak to Nigeria, where there's been a lot that's being done when it comes to tripling the adoption of renewable energies, because some 4-5 years back, we were lucky to get the World Bank funding the Nigerian electrification project that saw a very huge lift between what was being done at that moment in renewable energies, and showed a very high lift of adoption of renewables, because there was the output-based fund that relied on solar home systems, and there was the performance-based grants that was also supporting mini-grid deployment, and every solution that was being adopted was subsidized by the government. This really brought a lot more players into the field, ensured that more technologies were deployed, more people were adopting renewable energies. And of course, what it means when people adopt renewable energies solutions, it means that the carbon emissions also goes down to a great extent. And when I look back between that time and now, I mean, the project ended last year, but all of a sudden Nigeria gets another influx of funding of over 750 million. And this already shows you what the next few years is going to look like. And on the backs of that, there are other projects and activities that are also happening in the country, like the African Mini-Grid program of the AFDB, and other skeletal activities that are going on. So it's seeming that there's a lot more eyes on the solutions that renewable can actually be deployed, and it's also, of course, the attendant benefits of renewable energies in the countries. And so even though there's still more to be done, there's already activities that are showing that we can achieve what we stand out to.
Thank you. And I know it's quite difficult to actually hear what other panelists are saying when you're up here, because I'm struggling as well. So thank you for picking up. Luc Ramon, you're the CEO of Électricité de France, or EDF. You've just heard what our esteemed colleague beside you said. He doesn't see a sufficient risk-reward model at present. What do you make of what you have just heard, given that you're the second largest energy producer in the world, am I right in saying that? Considered a giant in the world of renewables, despite the fact that it's actually not the majority pillar asset for your business. What do you make of what you've just heard?
Well, thank you very much. First, congratulations for this gathering and event. I think after COP28, which was really a brilliant success on the doubling down, triple up, and I retain the triple up both on renewables and nuclear from COP28. It's really super important that we can keep this discussion to make sure that it really happens, and that's also the commitment of EDF to make things happen. That's what defines us. We are generating 450 terawatt hours of low carbon energy, mostly low carbon energy. 91% of what we do is low carbon, which of course gives us a huge potential of doing more and responsibilities as well. And renewables, of course, is a big part of what we want to develop in the future. And we, of course, commit to this engagement of tripling up. Now, of course, the situation of the risk-reward is very different from one region to another. And as we operate in many countries, we see that there is a journey, as there was, of course, in our homeland. When you start the journey of renewable, you basically just have to add as much as you can with schemes or frameworks that are defined between the private investors, such as us, and the governments to define the de-risking framework that is needed for the investors to come. And most governments have defined such schemes, and most of the governments have these schemes in place for 20 years or so, leading essentially to price guarantees for most of the investors that are coming for renewables, whether solar or wind, onshore or offshore. And this worked pretty well for the initial part of the journey of renewables. For the countries who have reached now a portion of renewables that is visible and significant in the mix of electricity, I think we are now tackling a new phase of renewables development, which needs to embrace the consequences of renewables in the system itself, where once you have more electricity than what you need at a given hour in the day, where your price goes to zero, as Kadri Simpson was saying in the previous panel, then you need to think on how you can leverage on that to expand the time in the day where you have too much electricity and bring loads into that part of the day. So you need to have a broader thought on the overall system, not just adding more capacity on that given hour, which is essentially solar, but having a dispatchable capacity with storage, with pumping storage, with different kinds of renewables that are coming into the mix, and of course grid capacity, so that you increase not just pure capacity of more of the same, but you have something that is thought on bringing the mix together that enhances the low carbon generation capacity and renewable generation capacity in a sense that is helping the resiliency of the overall system. And I think we are tackling this more and more in more and more countries that are reaching this second phase of development. And this second phase needs different kind of risk-reward setup and different kind of technologies as well.
Before I let you go, you applauded the UAE consensus. You applauded the action taken in Dubai, 3-4 months ago. Is a tripling of renewable capacity, given what you've just said, is a tripling of renewable capacity by 2030 and a doubling of energy efficiency improvements feasible by 2030? Is it realistic?
Of course, it takes a lot of acceleration. And as any moto, you need to take a bit of distance from the moto and saying what is truly efficient in doing this.
Right.
That's where my call is. Yep. Let's look country by country on what makes actually sense. But yes, we can accelerate. I mean, it's not a question on whether our industrial capacity will be there or not. The industrial capacity of tripling is there. I think the financing is there actually as well. We need to define the right schemes to accelerate the implementation. Now, the true topic of achieving the tripling is, do we have the right schemes in place so that we build not just capacity that is not going to be the most efficient, but the most efficient way of actually decarbonizing the electricity systems of each of the countries.
And you say that you believe the financing is there, and I'm going to come to you ladies in a moment. You say the financing actually is there. Is it there in an equitable fashion? No, is the answer to that,
we have
correct?
huge work for Africa. We have huge work to do, of course. For Africa, there's plenty of work to do on finance. But if you look at China, if you look at places in the world where there is already in place a way of financing the electrical system, finance is available. So we need a full dedication to Africa to make sure that the initial phase of scaling the renewable capacities in Africa scales. So for this, we need, of course, international financial institutions plus the private sector. This is the way to accelerate in Africa. But in other regions, mature regions, there's as much finance as you can need. We not just need to work efficiently on the schemes, on the risk-reward, and on how all this integrates into a resilient electrical system.
And you see sufficient pull in sufficient parts of the world from corporates to fire. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that was a
and
question.
to give you an example, in the UAE, we connected last year the single largest solar farm beyond 2 gigawatts. The solar farm is bigger than Paris. And okay, it was done in a couple of years. So yes, we can go fast. We can go fast.
Let's get a perspective from you, Ms. Qian. Apologies if I am pronouncing your name slightly incorrectly. At the end of 2023, Jinko Solar Global became the first module manufacturer of the world to have delivered a total of, was it over 200 gigawatts of solar modules, covering over 190 countries and regions. A lot of people, when we talk about solar, mention energy storage, or renewables as a whole, mention energy storage as the key missing element that we need to reach net zero and universal access to clean energy. Do you agree? Let's just pause for a moment for you to tell us a little bit about the business, where you have seen the opportunities and where you see the blockages or challenges going forward.
The solar, the renewables used to be criticized as the high cost, but it's a different story. Just like so far, the lowest power price is 1.32 cents per kilowatt hour for a 2.2 gigawatt solar power project in Abu Dhabi, developed by both EDF and Jinko Solar in 2022. So cost is never been a problem. And what's the bottleneck is for the next, finance could be a problem, but I think energy storage is you know that with the increasingly high percentage of the renewables, particularly distributed solar, the energy storage has become even more crucial. It can be an enabler, an accelerator, or bottleneck for the renewables built out forecasted. So it is urgent to make the energy storage target politically priority, because without a parallel storage strategy and scale up, we are not able to achieve a clean energy future and net zero power systems. So we may emphasize these key priorities. First, a clear political commitment from the government on energy storage targets, replicating scope and ambition as renewable strategies. Second is promote the uptake of advanced energy storage technology. What is advanced energy storage technology? You know that for example, that in addition to the world's largest solar module producer with almost 250 gigawatt panel delivered, Jinko Solar is also leading the ESS companies by providing the revolutionary ESS products, which features the high energy density, that 5 megawatts hour per unit, and higher efficiency, the 95% charging and discharging efficient at system level, and the prolonged service life, 20 years, which is aligned with the PV service life, which means that in its service time, no need to replacements, and the low cost. You know, in some regions, our solar plus storage solutions can reach grid parity, which means the power price is lower than the local coal-fired or gas-fired power price. So no need to rely on subsidy, no need to rely on grid construction, no need rely on the fossil fuels. And the last but most important is tripled safety. And thanks to the LFP technology and the liquid cooling thermal management systems. So we are working, Jinsolar is working with some insurance companies to develop some kind of the ESS insurance programs. So the government should promote the uptake of these advanced storage technologies and providing a clear signal to the investors and the industry players to drive their necessary scale up and a commitment to remove the existing barriers to their deployment and their operations. Third, the mainstream energy storage in the implementation of a renewable-dominated, resilient, and modern grid infrastructure. I think, the precondition is we need a clear target. We need firm commitment, and then there will be the effective policy and the strong implementation, because the market-ready solution and the technology is already there.
There, yes. Very good. Thank you. We have about 6 or 7 minutes. This has been invaluable. Ms. Suda, as chair of the Global Renewables Alliance, you ran a successful communication and awareness campaign in preparation, of course, for COP28 and got almost 300 companies to sign up. That's great. Congratulations on that. But how can we continue that momentum from COP28 and ensure the successful implementation of these targets around renewable power and energy efficiency by 2030? And I've seen you nodding as our other panelists have been speaking. So just pick up, if you will, on whichever points you want to pick up on from these conversations that we've been having.
Great. Thank you so much. It's great to be here with distinguished ministers, honorable guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The conversations today have been focusing on action. And what's really empowering is that the Global Renewables Alliance, which consists of global wind, global solar, global hydropower, global geothermal, global green hydrogen, and global long-duration energy storage, all 6 of our global industry organizations are working collectively to build renewable energy and storage and hydropower and green hydrogen to implement the targets of 11 terawatts by 2030. And we want to work with all of you to act on implementation to deploy this. We've seen over the last 22 years how much the renewable energy sector has continued to shatter records. And just last year, we've had 36% of record surging of renewable energy capacity. But we still all need to do a lot more. So yesterday, with IRENA, the Global Renewables Alliance announced a time for action plan. Building on the comments earlier today, what are we going to focus on? We're going to focus on a time for action for grids, really addressing the bottlenecks, the congestion, the energy systems, where we need to build new infrastructure. The renewable energy industry is stepping up to work with government in partnership to deploy. In addition to time for grids, we're doing time for planning and permitting. The Global Renewables Alliance, working with the leadership of the Green Hydrogen Organization, has committed to a 9-point recommendation plan, working with governments to help expedite planning and permitting. We also have a time for action for supply chains. As was announced earlier, there are a lot of integrated issues that we can build upon and improve to really help every country really amplify their job sector, their local community needs, and their benefits to really bringing more value to the supply chain sector. And we're also working, as what's been spoken about a lot today and yesterday, on financing. So we are committed to a time of action for financing. And we announced with IRENA yesterday the importance of really looking at how to bring more investment. The money is there, but is it being equitably distributed? No. How can we work on improving this? So we today are taking action and having our first Finance Advisory Group meeting here with IRENA and many of you to talk about how to scale investment, what criteria needs to change, how do we actually take action and improve policies so we have more investment to build the grids, increase supply chains, build more renewable energy, deploy storage and all the other assets to bring us to achieving our goal in 6 years of the thousands and thousands of megawatts that we need to deploy by 2030. We're building on the actions of this coordinated community here with all of you, and then we look forward to continuing work at the conferences in Brazil with the G7 and G20, and New York Climate Week, we'll be having a Renewable Energy Summit to continue to work on actions. There are a lot of policies and implementation out there, and with the industry, the renewable energy, clean industry that is going to be replacing fossil fuels around the world, stands ready to work with government officials to implement change. And we look forward to your leadership and guidance on how we take action on grids, take action on supply chains, take action on financing, and take action on planning and permitting. We are committed to work with you. The industry stands ready, and we look forward to really having your input and guidance on how we collaborate on this together.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I have just got a couple of minutes. I saw that you were writing some notes, so I came to you quite quickly, and we couldn't hear each other at the outset.
I heard you. I wasn't just sure it was me.
Let me give you the floor with a final thought, if you will, before I close this and hand back to my esteemed fellow, Mr. Gazori.
Okay, so I speak as a developer in the space, and I mean, we are the ones who work with the alliances to ensure that we're deploying not just solutions, but solutions that are top-notch and can stand the test of time. The Jinko Solars and all of them, they create solutions that we use to do the actual work. I think it is not the speed to triple that matters, but the tripling, efficiently that is key. Because it's one thing to quickly get to the target number and, say, okay, we got there, been there, done that. But it's also very important to ensure that the solutions that have been deployed in the journey are also, good enough to be there in 30 years' time and all of that. So this is where alliances, associations, and all of that need to work with developers that are their members and ensure that solutions are also good ones. And the Jinko Solars, the manufacturers, are also developing solutions that are very, high-level A-class solutions as well. And this is what we're going to do. Talking about the government backing, as I was saying earlier about the Nigerian electrification project, which is now going to be theirs, if that hadn't come in, we wouldn't have the solutions, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to deploy so many more connections across Nigeria, and the awareness for solar energy especially, which is one of the biggest ones that works of the renewables in Nigeria, is so great now that even households just come to you. It's now a serious business that people now walk up to you and say, I want to put solar in my house. I mean, compared to the last assembly when I was here in 2019, you were still practically begging people to say, this works, just come and deploy it. So now it is how to make it better. So you also want to make sure, and I keep emphasizing on quality, because in the long run, that is what will make sure the tripling actually happens. Because a lot of solutions that have been deployed in the past, in the speed to reach several kinds of targets, Vision 2030, Vision 2025, or whatever, when you go back to some of these solutions implementations, they are actually no longer there or not working perfectly. So we need to be mindful of that, and that is one message I think I would want to leave out here, that in the speed, we should also do it efficiently.
Those, of course, are Twinder's goals. We're going to leave it there. I thank you all very much. Apologies for misunderstanding at the beginning of this panel about who was speaking and when. It's been invaluable to hear your insights, both for the panelists that I have here and those from the public sector earlier on. And with that, I'm going to wind this up. I think we've provided some, there was some real clarity about some concrete action, immediate action that needs to be taken. This is a critical year, not least for climate finance. With that, I will hand it back to Mr. Ghazourie. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for guiding this discussion. Let me also add my thanks to all the speakers, the panelists, for the very focused and comprehensive set of ideas, to a diversified approach and input. We will now take interventions from the floor on the high-level panel session on tripling of renewables. As I mentioned this morning, the situation with the microphone interpretation is still the same. Kindly raise your name plates if you would like to make an intervention. The Secretariat, supported by the student trainees from the UAE, will be working on the floor to provide you with a microphone when you make your intervention. I thank you for your understanding. Yes. Now we are going to give the floor to Egypt, and Egypt will be followed by Australia. I now give the floor to Egypt.
Hello, it's Hazem Abdel Halim, General Manager for International Cooperation and Agreements at the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy, Egypt. Thank you very much for fruitful discussion that has been taking place today. I would like to start by saying Egypt has its readiness to achieve this target. Let me put in your hands what Egypt has been done to address that matter. From several years ago, Egypt's electricity sector has started its transition to low-carbon electricity source by setting an integrated sustainable energy strategy for 2035. That was approved in 2016, in which the share of renewable energy in the energy mix will reach 42% by 2035. Egypt affirmed its transition to clean energy by updating national determined contribution indices on June 2023 to state that installing additional renewable energy capacities to increase electricity generation contribution to be 42 of generation mix by 2030 instead of 2035. This update is based on the energy pillar of NOAFI program, aims to decommission of 5,000 megawatt of existing insufficient oil and gas fueled power generation capacity and facilitate investment of more than $10 billion to support the installation of 10,000 megawatt of new renewable energy capacity. It is expected to lead to greenhouse emission reduction of indicatively 17 million ton CO2 emission. It's worth noting that the NOAFI program received great international attention and support as one of the pioneering initiatives to implement the climate agenda within the framework of the Paris Agreement. Currently, Egypt updating the energy strategy until 2040 is being updated in the light of global development related to renewable energy technologies, development of technology for energy storage, and the new trend, new green hydrogen. And to take advantage from huge renewable energy potential in Egypt, there is about more than 32 square kilometers have been allocated to implement renewable energy projects. The government of Egypt has adopted different mechanisms such as feed-in tariff, EPC plus finance, BOO project, net metering, and auction mechanism to enhance and encourage the private sector participation. The feed-in tariff program succeeds to attract 32 international and local investors to implement Bimban Solar Park project. They located near the city of the Aswan with a total capacity 1,465 megawatts that reduce greenhouse emission with 2 million tons. These projects won the best project prize worldwide by the World Bank. The project is one of the positive message not only for renewable energy, but also for the investment front in Egypt, which reflect the confidence of this institution in the Egyptian market and reassurance in its ability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. We now give the floor to Australia, which will be followed by Italy. The floor is given to Australia.
Thank you, Presidency, and thank you, IRENA, for having us here today. Momentum behind the clean energy transition continues to grow. This is true in Australia and on the global stage. I'll use my intervention to set the scene on Australia's renewable energy transition, but also the priority we have on working with the Pacific and the Southeast Asian region. As a first step, the Australian government has enshrined into legislation our target of 43% emissions reductions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. To realise this, we are aiming to reach 82% renewables by 2030. We've committed over $40 billion for this transition. We're investing $23 billion to upgrade and expand Australia's energy system to unlock greater penetration of renewables and accelerate the decarbonisation of our grid. This is through initiatives like our new Solar Sunshot program, our Hydrogen Head Start program, and our National Reconstruction Fund that are working to unlock domestic industrial capacities along the PV solar supply chains, hydrogen and battery supply chains. We're implementing policies to drive co-investment in Australia's clean energy industries, recognising the importance of domestic resource mobilisation for the transition. For example, we have a capacity investment scheme which will leverage public funds and facilitate private sector engagement to develop much needed energy storage capacity across the country. We will underwrite tender projects with an agreed revenue floor and ceiling, decreasing the financial risks for private investment and support long-term revenue. Australia is developing detailed sectoral plans to underpin a new long-term strategy, which will in turn lay the groundwork for our next NDC. Our electricity and energy sector plan will be a key pillar of this building from our 82% renewable energy target and is currently online publicly for consultation. We see our domestic transition as an opportunity to decarbonise and produce cheap, clean energy to power our future and to export to other countries to support their transitions. This underpins our ambition to be a renewable energy superpower. At the global level, we saw positive outcomes at COP28, including the global stocktake, featuring a commitment to transition away from fossil fuels and energy systems, and the commitment to globally triple renewable energy capacity and double the rate of energy efficiency by 2030. We must work collaboratively to realise these outcomes. And as we know, all parties are due to bring new NDCs with post-2030 targets by 2025. We need to ensure these new NDCs collectively put the world on a pathway to keeping 1.5 degrees warming within reach. For emissions to go down around the world and to achieve universal and improved energy access, we need to advance the international push on renewables and financing for infrastructure, especially in developing economies. Australia will continue to work with partners in our region to develop and execute their own decarbonisation pathways, and we welcome further opportunities to work with IRENA to pursue these goals. Our focus will be on sharing relevant Australian expertise and experience learned from our own energy transition. We're open to work with IRENA and other members to increase capacity for energy planning as a key enabling environment to unlock investment. We think IRENA can play a key role in ensuring countries have the data needed to support capacity for increasing renewable energy and to underpin stronger ambition. Australia is committed to amplifying the collective Pacific voice on the international stage, and we hope that both IRENA and its members can join us in this endeavour. We're dedicated to using existing regional mechanisms to avoid duplication and supporting Pacific-designed and Pacific-led initiatives, particularly around the energy transition. Australia is also committed to working with our partners in Southeast Asia on an orderly energy transition, supporting them to install renewable energy infrastructure. In Indonesia, we are deepening our bilateral cooperation, going forward with a new $200 million climate and infrastructure partnership. And last year, we announced a $100 million package to support Vietnam's uptake of clean energy and clean energy infrastructure. We hope work supporting renewable energy policy and infrastructure will result in greater implementation towards our global targets. We thank IRENA for the analysis and outreach they do across its broad membership base, and we hope to work together to further strengthen this offering in our region in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy.
Dear President.
Thank you, Australia. Before we give the floor to Italy, in order to ensure the highest level of engagement and participation, speakers are invited to limit their interventions in the plenary to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you may consider sharing your remarks to the Secretariat. We now give the floor to Italy.
Dear President, dear colleagues, thanks very much. Looking at the energy sector of today, as we heard this morning from our director, we remain still quite distant from the decarbonization goals of the Paris Agreement. But the change is already underway, and this is really good news. There is a widespread recognition that the time to act is now, and action are being taken globally to align with this effort. Central to our discussions is the recognition that increasing our clean, renewable energy production capacity is not just beneficial, but an imperative. In this spirit, Italy supported the international commitment taken during COP28 in Dubai to triple the global renewable energy capacity by 2030. The challenge we face does not end with enhancing renewable energy capacity, but it extends to fully utilizing and leveraging this new capacity and to ensuring that clean energy can be effectively integrated and utilized within our energy systems. To this end, international cooperation is essential. During our Italian G7 presidency, we aim to addressing the dual challenge we face, increasing renewable energy capacity while implementing a comprehensive transformation of our energy systems. In doing so, we need to promote investments on grid and storage systems at the global level in order to support the increasing growth of renewable energy sources in our energy systems. Promote close collaboration between mature economies and emerging ones in reaching renewable energy's global pledge, also developing long-term energy planning and providing technical assistance. Promote the involvement of multilateral development banks and bilateral development financing institutions. My friend, Developing renewable energy sources, we have the opportunity to change the climate change issue in a great opportunity, particularly for our younger generation, that can support strongly us in this ambitious pathway. In collaboration with IRENA and our global partners, Italy is ready to support continuing dialogue and cooperation to address these challenges, to obtain a sustainable energy future, being aware that the present must be sustainable too. I thank you.
Thank you, Italy. Next, we give the floor to Colombia. Colombia will be followed by Germany. I give the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, Excellency. Your Excellency, President of the 14th session of the Assembly, Honorable Vice Presidents, distinguished heads of delegations, and other attendees. First of all, Colombia would like to express its appreciation for this organization of this Assembly as a space to identify the best ways to achieve IRENA missions. It is a honor to me to address you at this important high-level plenary meeting. Let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to the President and Vice President of the Assembly and also to the panelists for their insightful interventions and their leadership in this meeting. The objective of this meeting is of utmost importance: identify concrete and immediate actions to advance the implementation of the outcome of COP28. It is crucial to emphasize harnessing international cooperation as a catalyst for change, effective monitoring of progress, and taking actions to correct the course of renewable energies and energy transition. In Colombia, we are committed to combating climate change and promoting a sustainable future for generations to come. We recognize the importance of taking advantage of the opportunity offered by international cooperation to move in this direction. It is essential to share our experiences and challenges in the deployment of renewable energy. In Colombia, we have worked hard to diversify our energy matrix and promote the use of renewable sources. However, we face significant challenges, such as the need of strength of our technical and financial capacities and improve energy infrastructure. We are convinced that this exchange of experience and views will allow us to identify the most effective actions to accelerate the energy transition in the next decade and beyond. We must work closely together, share knowledge and practices, and work together to overcome the challenges to face. In conclusion, we reiterate Colombia's commitment to actively contribute to this important agenda, and I'm confident that with a collaborative and determined approach, we can make significant progress in implementing concrete measures to address climate change and promote a sustainable future for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colombia. Now we give the floor to Germany. Germany will be followed by Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm State Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And I would like to underline the urgency of the implementation of the COP28 energy outcome, which Germany highly welcomes. We need speed and scale for double efficiency, triple renewables, reducing methane, and ending our dependence on fossil fuels. And we need reliable frameworks, conditions for investment. What that means, I think we need at first important point that every consumer and every company that produces renewable electricity can feed the electricity into the grid and receive remuneration. The second important point is that the grid operator operates the grid in such a way that flexibility is supported and various storage facilities are well utilized. These could be large-scale storage facilities, pump storage, power plants, electric cars, or heat pumps or other options. And the third point is that electricity prices for consumers must cover the costs. With renewables, we can achieve lower costs for our economies than with fossil energy, and we can develop rural areas which have now which had until now no access to electricity, but could get it in future times with offshore grid solutions. In countries with difficult economic development, high interest rates, or high inflation, we need instruments to mitigate investment risk, whether real or perceived. This could, for example, be guarantee payments from public development banks, and we are working on this with various instruments and partners. Planning security is also very important. First and foremost, this includes peaceful development and legal certainty, but also concrete plans and goals for the transformation. The upcoming cycle for new national determined contributions gives us the opportunity to find them so concretely that there's more planning security. That makes the NDCs more investable and therefore easier to implement. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Germany. We are going to give the floor to Indonesia. Indonesia will be followed by the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we all understand that the last COP28 represented significant strides in combating the impact of climate change. In energy sector, the commitment to energy transition is highly strengthened as the member countries agreed to triple renewable energy power capacity and also to double energy efficiency by 2030. This commitment is thoroughly in line with Indonesian vision to achieve national greenhouse gas emission reductions as much as 32% from business as usual as stated in Indonesia's enhanced NDC, and also to realize net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Along with national effort to deploy massive renewable energy, Indonesia also sees the development of green hydrogen as an important part. Indonesia has issued national hydrogen strategies as a basis to work toward development of the hydrogen. Indonesia also aims to optimize national critical mineral development and utilization. We understand the dependence of critical minerals as a springboard for economic growth and technological advancement in the clean energy area. Moreover, the momentum of global energy transition allows us to pursue higher deployment of renewable energy technology has become more and more competitive in terms of cost and effectivity. However, the investment and technological challenges still remain. Global partnerships and support are very essential in allocating significant funding in infrastructure as well as also technological expertise. Developed countries and global actors is expected to have more contribution to support developing and emerging countries in terms of cleaner technology, knowledge sharing, green and cheap financing, as well as also to make sure that the energy transition can be executed in just manner to ensure the meaningful impacts for our greener and climate resilient future. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Indonesia. Now we give the floor to United Kingdom, which will be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the IRENA team and the Director-General for organising this General Assembly in difficult circumstances. This is my first as the PERM representative here at IRENA. So firstly, alongside others, I'd like to acknowledge the historic agreement that the UAE had facilitated at COP28. It was a breakthrough in the global effort to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, being the first time that there's been a global agreement to transition away from fossil fuels. The UK has been clear about our ambitions to not only safeguard what we secured in Glasgow under the UK's COP26 presidency, but to go further. And that is what was achieved through the UAE consensus. The UK, along with IRENA, has pushed for an ambitious agreement to triple renewable energy production capacity by 2030 and to drive up global climate finance. We have seen 12 more countries join us in committing to phasing out unabated coal power through the Powering Past Coal Alliance. emphasizing the importance we put on phasing out unabated fossil fuels towards a renewable energy future. The UK has made great progress in the transition. The UK is the first major economy to halve its emissions, having cut them by 50% between 1990 and 2022, while also growing our economy by 79%. And we're committed to continuing to deploy renewable energy in line with the UAE consensus. That consensus could not have been agreed without the detailed, impartial, and accurate reporting of independent analysis on global trends in the energy transition. So we thank IRENA for your hard work in providing trusted reporting, such as the annual World Energy Transitions Outlook publication for all COP hosts, and encourage IRENA to build similarly strong relationships with Azerbaijan as COP29 hosts to steer evidence-based global renewable energy deployment commitments in future agreements. IRENA should continue, in our view, to focus on monitoring the progress of renewable energy deployment and publishing reports, such as the recent Tracking COP28 Outcomes and the Renewable Capacity Statistics 2024, in an easily accessible, easy to digest format for both governments, officials, and the public. We encourage IRENA to provide continued access to the data and methodologies that underpin their work and continue to ensure their reporting is promoted through a number of channels, encouraging feedback and scrutiny. IRENA's reporting analysis will be essential in ensuring international engagement and agreements through the G7, G20, COP29 and beyond, relying on the best available evidence on the global transition to renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Now we give the floor to the Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea will be followed by Austria.
Good afternoon, respected delegates. I represent the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea. I'm thankful for the opportunity to stand here today and discuss compliance strategy for COP28 initiative with the member states of IRENA. I would also like to express my gratitude to the IRENA Secretary for making this assembly possible. Recognizing the importance of renewable energy, the Korean government is making continuous effort to expand the use of renewables as a key driver toward carbon neutrality. Korea has successfully doubled the share of renewable in power generation within the last 5 years using broad-ranging innovative strategies that address the challenges posed by adverse conditions such as our limited land mass. January last year, the Korean Ministry of Energy set forth the 10th Basic Plan for Power Supply and Demand, in which the government defined its renewable energy objectives with an emphasis on practicality and feasibility. Since then, this target has been expanded 3 times its original level. While these goals are already ambitious enough given Korea's current reality, as a responsible member of the global community, we have joined the initiative as agreed by the parties. I would like to re-emphasize that compliance to the initiative through expansion of renewable energy is a challenging endeavor in Korea's case. Small land mass, extensive mountainous terrain, and high population density restrict our ability to secure installation plot. This problem is made worse by the limited supply of natural resources required for hydropower and biomass plants. Unlike North America and Europe, Korea is an isolated grid island, surrounded by waters and a demilitarized zone to the north. It is impossible for us to procure renewable energy externally. Despite this challenge, however, Korea remains determined to achieve energy transition through continuous promotion and supply of renewables. To improve cost efficiency, Seoul plans to implement competitive bidding in the offshore wind and solar power sectors. Auction system may help us achieve economics of scale for mid to large deployment and lower the levelized cost of electricity for renewables, which has traditionally been higher compared to that of fossil fuels. With the right policies, we can hasten the expansion of renewable energy on a global scale. As renewable energy is heavily influenced by geographic factors, technological innovation and policy reforms are no less important to hasten deployment and overcome physical constraints. For instance, renewable energy needs more installation space per megawatt compared to nuclear and thermal power. In countries like Korea, where land is limited, technological development and distance regulation reforms are essential for the sustainable generation of renewable energy. To this end, newer technologies such as BIPV, east-to-west solar panels, and portable PVs should be considered for implementation. This assembly brings together both developing and...
Korea, you may consider wrapping up your speech.
Okay. It is a special privilege needed to engage in active discussion with fellow IRENA members regarding the expansion of renewables. We look forward to exploring a variety of compliance strategies for the COP28 initiatives through the wisdom of these diverse member nations in attendance today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea. We now give the floor to Austria, who will be followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide input to this important topic of tripling renewables. The UNFCCC global stocktake outcome clearly showed that we are not on track to keep the 1.5 degrees within reach. Time until 2030 is running out, which is why all parties should revisit their current NDCs with a view to bringing them in line with the 1.5 degrees objective. Austria would like to stress that one of the most urgent sectors to decarbonize during this critical decade is the energy sector. And together we have made a historic decision at COP28 to transition away from fossil fuels, triple renewable power, and double energy efficiency by 2030. This decision is fully in line with the IRENA's World Energy Transition Outlook reports, which again places IRENA at the heart of the global energy transition. Achieving these goals should go hand in hand with transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, moving towards net zero energy systems. Austria would also like to stress that solutions that are both technically and economically feasible already exist, such as renewable energies, mainly solar and wind. As the only international organization with nearly global membership dealing specifically with renewable energies, IRENA has a major role to play in the implementation of the tripling renewables pledge. In Austria's view, IRENA should team up with other international organizations to monitor progress in achieving these global energy goals. IRENA should continue to provide support to countries with their implementation of the NDCs under the Paris Agreement in the energy sector. Likewise, IRENA should also support countries in the process of creating new NDC goals while including UNDP and the NDC partnership. While IRENA will have an important role to play in monitoring progress, providing support and offering expertise and guidance, it will be up to member states to implement their commitments. And Austria believes that an energy transition based on renewable energies and energy efficiency is doable with the right will and an active, bold climate policy. And Austria stands ready to jointly tackle the biggest threat of our existence, the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. The Russian Federation will speak, followed by Fiji. The head of delegation of the Russian Federation will speak in Russian, and they will have a interpreter in English. We give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Павел Сникерс, я заместитель министра Российской Федерации.
С учетом текущих технических сложностей, мое выступление будет переводить посольство России в Арабских Эмиратах.
Hello, my name is Pavel Snickers. I'm Deputy Minister of Energy of Russia. And due to unfortunate technical difficulties, my speech will be translated by the embassy.
Россия придерживается целей Парижского соглашения, вносит свой вклад в утроение мощности возобновляемых источников энергии во всем мире, производя весь спектр оборудования для ВИА и поставляя его на экспорт, а также проводя работу по снижению уровня выбросов парниковых газов в атмосферу.
Russia adheres to the goals of Paris Agreement and makes its contribution to the tripling of capacity of renewable energy sources in all the world. We produce various kinds of equipment for the renewable energy production and export it outside the country. And we also make effort and work to reduce the harmful gases, the greenhouse gases.
Благодаря действующей программе поддержки ВИА введены в эксплуатацию более 100 электрических станций с совокупной мощностью более 4 гигаватт, в дополнение к уже действующим 53 гигаваттам гидроэлектростанций.
Thanks to the current program to support renewable energy sources, more than 100 power stations have been introduced with the total power capacity of more than 4 gigawatt, in addition to already available power stations with the power of 53 gigawatt.
Сегодня 37,2% от нашего общего производства электроэнергии приходится на безуглеродные источники.
Today, 37.2% of total energy production in Russia is related to non-carbon sources.
Для дополнительного привлечения финансирования в проекты ВИА в этом году в России заработала система низкоуглеродной сертификации электроэнергии, создающая основу для оборота зеленых финансовых инструментов.
And to draw additional finance resources to the renewable energy projects in Russia, we introduced the system of low carbon project certification, which create the solid basis for the turnover of green financial instruments.
Параллельно с системой сертификации создан и функционирует механизм централизованного расчета коэффициентов выбросов парниковых газов.
In parallel to the system of certification, the mechanism for calculation of emission coefficient for greenhouse gases was created and is functioning already.
В рамках заявленной цели данного заседания высокого уровня по определению перечня конкретных и безотлагательных действий, первое. Россия приветствует заявленную IRENA инициативу по пересмотру методов международного сотрудничества, в том числе по созданию крупных межгосударственных проектов по развитию ВИА.
In the framework of the declared goal of this high-level session, to see and decide the particular actions and urgent actions, Russia, first of all, welcomes the IRENA initiative to review all methods and methodology of international cooperation, including in the sphere of creating large international projects to develop and promote renewable energy sources.
В целях обеспечения достаточного финансирования проектов по созданию инфраструктуры для развития возобновляемой энергетики важно обеспечить возможность привлечения финансирования, в том числе международных финансовых институтов, за счет исключения из подсанкционных ограничений всех климатических проектов.
In order to provide appropriate finance sources for the projects to create renewable energy infrastructure, it's of vital importance to provide and give the opportunity to draw finance, including from the international finance institutions, including through the exemption of all the climate-related projects from existing sanctions and restrictions.
Учитывая глобальные мировые тенденции по повышению уровня электрификации, цифровизации, а также укрупнению крупных агломераций мегаполисов, необходимо разрабатывать новые стандарты проектирования бесперебойного энергоснабжения городов и агломераций, основанных на низкоуглеродных источниках энергии.
Taking into consideration the current global trends in the increasing levels of electrification, digitalization, and the enlargement of big cities and megapolises, it's vitally important to create new standards for planning and arranging uninterrupted energy provision for cities and agglomerations based on low-carbon solutions.
Энергетический переход – это изменение уже действующей системы. Всегда сложнее и дороже изменять уже созданное, чем спроектировать и построить новое для последующего сбалансированного пространственного развития каждой страны, поддерживающей цели устойчивого развития.
Energy transition is a kind of changing of the currently available system, which is usually much more difficult to create, to change something already present than to create anything from the scratch, from the new. But it's of vital importance to start proacting and building new opportunities for the future balanced development for all the countries for the sake of reaching sustainable development goals.
Россия готова к конструктивному сотрудничеству, ценит IRENA как авторитетную и представительную международную площадку, способную эффективно консолидировать усилия государств на пути к новому технологическому укладу.
Russia is ready for constructive cooperation, values IRENA as influential and representative international forum capable for effectively consolidation of the efforts of states towards the new technological order.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the Russian Federation. Now we give the floor to Fiji, who will be followed by Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Bulavinaka and a very good afternoon to you all. Our Honorable Minister has given his apologies due to some commitments back home, but it gives me a great pleasure to be here today to represent the delegation, Fijian delegation, for the 14th Assembly meeting. I'm happy to hear from countries over the past few days and also this morning on how they are accelerating the implementation of renewable energy. The rising fuel price due to obvious reasons like political conflicts and economic recovery after COVID has taught and reminded us on the importance of reliable and sustainable energy supplies. And in my view, it can be easily done through renewable energy. I would like to thank IRENA for its support and commitment to member countries, including Fiji, for the assistance and support that has been rendered to us to date. I'm delighted to note that the IRENA has increased its capacity to the needs of the regions through technical assistance and creating funding provisions for countries to speed up with renewable energy implementation. The collaborative approach from IRENA member countries will enhance our energy security and sustainable development strategies and reinforcing our commitment to climate actions. Fiji has shown strong leadership role in the fight against climate change. We have set an overarching target of 30% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030 through our national determined contributions roadmap and to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Similarly, our 5-year and 20-year national development plan includes target of 100% renewable energy in the power sector by 2036. Fiji has also recently reviewed its national energy policy and electrification policy to address challenges in the energy sector like energy security and resilience, energy access and equity, energy sustainability, energy efficiency, and energy governance. With the assistance of IRENA, we are currently doing the legislation gap analysis for the 2017 electricity gap analysis. This study will help the government to identify areas which require attention to allow more private sector participation through independent power producers or IPPs. The cost of capital investment in energy sector has increased significantly with rising cost of materials, delay in manufacturing, high cost of lending fee, non-supply of raw materials, and brain drain of skilled workers. Diesel prices increased to unbelievable level, causing high cost of electricity generation through diesel gensets in remote and maritime islands. However, the pandemic, along with its unpredictable trends in energy market, has never reduced the government's efforts in its pursuit of renewable energy transition and climate change mitigation. I therefore boldly encourage all member countries to forge strong partnerships with IRENA, together with the support of bilateral and multilateral organizations. We need to be self-reliant and develop our locally available resources. We need to put in place innovative financial assistance and to streamline processes and requirements to allow member countries to access this financing mechanism. It is only through this collaborative approach that member countries will realize and achieve their target. With these few words, Mr. Chair, I wish the Assembly and member countries a very fruitful deliberation. And thank you.
Thank you, Fiji. Next, we give the floor to Spain. Spain will be followed by Eswatini.
Morning. First of all, I would like to thank IRENA for the organization and congrats on the adaptation of these difficult circumstances. I would like to start my interventions pressing the solid commitment of the Spanish authorities with the just transition, international cooperation, and especially with the commitments achieved at COP28 in Dubai, including the tripling renewables goal and double energy efficiency, gradually phasing out fossil fuels, where Spain, as the rotatory president of the EU, played an important role. IRENA plays a vital role in these commitments also. Spain is leading the energy transition due to its policies on energy and climate change, with ambitious targets on decarbonization. We implement policies on research and development, value chain improvement, environmental and social protection. Currently, we are updating our National Energy and Climate Plan, which is the 2030 EU member states planning. In this planning, we plan to reduce our emissions by 32% to reach 81% of the renewable energy in the power sector, and we plan to pay a special attention on storage, flexibility, self-consumption, hydrogen electrolysis. This comes along with opportunities such as creation of 500,000 jobs and increase of GDP by 2.5%. These efforts has been in place for the last 20 years, and now, the last year, Spain for the first time reached 50% of renewable energy consumption in the electricity mix. Global public-private partnership is key to achieve the ambitious goals, as well as to optimize the investment profitability and create opportunities. Multilateral forums like this one are of the highest relevance. The recovery and resilience mechanism put in place by the European Commission, European Union, is a great example of this public-private partnership. In this sense, in addition, we think that from IRENA, there are several actions that may improve the financing and the renewable energy implementation. Study the positive impacts to involve local communities, fix public policies to deal with the negative effects, as well as take advantage of the positive ones, continue to implement the financing measures it's been promoted in the last years, such as ETAF. And last but most important topic, in my opinion, is the risk reduction information and technology development that they can provide to the projects to reduce the risk and increase profitability. IRENA is playing a key role in this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Spain. We give now the floor to Eswatini, which will be followed by Cyprus.
Your Excellency, Eswatini commend the Director-General for the successful hosting of the Part 2 IRENA Assembly. The task ahead of us is enormous as we embark on various programs to save the planet from our harmful activities. We all have to take the necessary action. There is need for the development of critical infrastructure as the key driver towards upscaling renewable energy. There is need also for a review or development of framework agreements that enable ease of access to concessional funding. The environment for public-private partnerships must be supported by robust policy to enable acceleration of the transition. The Kingdom of Eswatini imports 75% of its electricity demand and the balance is generated locally using 100% renewable energy, resources mainly hydro, biomass, and solar. The Kingdom, guided by our national energy policy, is working on increasing local generation from renewable energy resources to meet at least 75% of its country's demand. Other renewable energy sources, such as geothermal, are being explored. It is worth noting that as we transition, it is equally important to upgrade the infrastructure to be climate resilient and also to handle the integration of renewables, and this will require further investment. Eswatini has also recognized the need for regulatory certainty to accelerate investment in renewable energy capacity and has recently developed regulatory frameworks to support private sector participation. These include the framework to allow bidirectional power transactions for small-scale renewable sources, as well as framework to allow power wheeling through the national grid. Off-grid solutions such as solar home systems and mini-grids are being implemented to increase the access rate from 82% to achieve the universal access by 2030. We should assist each other where practically possible as we implement our respective programs, realizing that we are at different levels of development and, of course, faced with different national circumstances. Your Excellencies, I thank you.
Thank you, Eswatini. Now we give the floor to Cyprus, who will be followed by Bangladesh. The floor is to Cyprus.
Firstly, I would like to thank IRENA for the invitation to the 14th Assembly. Cyprus supports the efforts of IRENA and the EU to decarbonize the energy sector and accelerate green transition. The active participation of Cyprus in long-term strategies help to develop different pathways towards 2030 and 2050 and support innovation, target investments aiming on reducing emissions and energy costs, as well as improve energy system security and reliability. Cyprus supports the overall targets of COP28 for global tripling renewable energy. Despite the fact, as an isolated small island had a different starting point and limited national resources, lack of water reservoirs, low wind potential, limited biomass, and no geothermal or other dispatchable renewable resources, Cyprus showed among the biggest increases in renewable energy share among EU member states in the last 2 years due to booming of solar technology integration. In addition to the above commitment, Cyprus currently holds the presidency of the EU Med9 group, comprising Malta, Greece, Italy, Spain, France, Slovenia, and Croatia. Following the inaugural meeting of Mediterranean energy ministers in Malta in 2023, collaborative efforts supported by IRENA are underway to formulate a strategic work plan for achieving the Med9 objectives. Building upon this foundation, it has been decided that IRENA will conduct a comprehensive roadmap in the forthcoming ministerial meeting, scheduled for September 30th, 2024, in Cyprus. This study can be conducted in partnership with the European Commission and involved member states and will explore the potential for the Mediterranean region to emerge as a hub for green energy transmission between EU and non-EU nations. Please note that in 2022, the share of renewable energy sources in the total final energy consumption in Cyprus was 19.43%, exceeding our national target of 16% for that year. Also, the share of the RES in the electricity sector in 2023 reached 21% from 17% in 2022, increasing around 4 percentage points in 1 year, which is among the biggest in the EU, as said earlier. At the end of 2023, 19.2% of the total installed capacity in RES electricity was from wind parks, 79% from photovoltaics, and 1.2% from biomass and biogas units. Moreover, the country is currently revising its national action plan in an effort to increase RES contribution on the country's final energy consumption and subsequently to achieve or even over-exceed its new targets for 2030. Considering the foreseen increased penetration of RES in the electricity grid, additional measures will be applied. These include deploying storage systems, demand response that will reduce grid congestion and RES curtailments. Moreover, the development of the Great Sea Interconnector project will assist the isolated grid of Cyprus for further penetration of RES among neighboring countries. Cyprus has implemented.
May we request Cyprus to wrap up?
Yes, I'm towards the end. To help consumers who do not have the initial budget for PV installation in their houses, a new category was introduced that provides the full payment of small PV systems with the repayment of the system's cost through a bi-monthly charge of €150 in the electricity bill. The total installed capacity of renewable systems for electricity production in the small island of Cyprus, less than 1 million inhabitants, at the end of 2023 was around 808 megawatt, a 25% increase compared to 2022. I would like to thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. As I have to attend to another equally important assignment, I have asked the Vice President, Angola, to continue presiding over the rest of Agenda Item 9 as we resume afterwards. I welcome the Vice President from Angola.
Good afternoon. I got the floor for the Bangladesh.
Thank you. We would like to thank you, 14th Assembly President, His Excellency, and now the Vice President. Thank you for giving us the floor. This is Nadia Bint Amin, Member of Parliament from Bangladesh. We have the honor to attend the 14th International Renewable Energy Agency Assembly, and we would like to thank all the management team who are working relentlessly to success the assembly, to work on the theme of this assembly is building blocks for a renewable energy future, accelerating progress towards the tripling of renewables. According to the theme, the vital decision of COP28 was tripling renewable power and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. At present, our current renewable energy generation capacity is 1,223 megawatt. Considering the current renewable energy generation capacity, 3,669 megawatt of electricity should be generated from renewable energy sources to achieve the tripling target. We have 130 numbers of approved pipeline projects in our hand, which will be implemented by public and private entrepreneurs. Its production will be 12,614.5 megawatt by 2030. By 2041, the potential power generation capacity will be 60,000 megawatt. According to the announcement of the Honorable Prime Minister, Smart Bangladesh Vision by 2041. 40% of the electricity should be produced from renewable sources. In that case, 24,000 megawatt of power generation from renewable sector will be required. Our team are working under the visionary leadership, our Honorable Prime Minister. To promote renewable energy in accordance with the COP28, Bangladesh has taken following steps. The updated Renewable Energies Policy 2024 is being drafted by Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority with a focus on the renewable energy sector. Besides, Bangladesh has signed the country partnership agreement with International Solar Alliance. Under the agreement, the solar roadmap will be formulated and research, technical and financial support, which is under process. A renewable readiness assessment is being prepared. Roadmap to scale up solar PV irrigation pumps in Bangladesh has been formulated to convert the existing diesel-powered irrigation pumps to solar-powered irrigation pumps. Under the said roadmap, 45,000 diesel-operated pumps will be converted into solar-operated pumps. About 1,000 megawatt electricity will be generated through this, and we have adopted Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan is a vision, encompasses the biodiversity, renewable energy, and also attain holistic approach, all the renewable energy mix. And I would like to add few points as takeaway to foster energy scenario and policy perspectives of the stakeholders are crucial. In this regard, we would like to, if we want to ensure clean and green tripling effects impact, a prerequisite is carbon emission and remission in the environment. From successful developed countries, we would like to exchange bilateral thoughts, indicators, and knowledge sharing to develop strategies for more effective environment friendly to make our country. And also in regards to solar energy usage enhancement approach, we need more strategy, sharing, exchange, and views from developed countries to come up with now solution and to make it a better Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Now we'll give floor for the Iraq, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegations, respected Director-General of IRENA, allow me to begin by expressing my delight in participating in the 14th sessions of General Assembly of International Renewable Energy Agency as a representative of my country, Iraq, and serving as a Vice President for the General Assembly for Asia and Pacific Region 2024. First of all, I would like to commend the significant role played by Executive Council and Secretariat of IRENA in supporting countries worldwide in their future transition toward a sustainable energy. IRENA serves as a key platform for enhancing international cooperation, providing advice and offering necessary resources in accelerating the deployment of renewable energy applications worldwide and to enable investment in the renewable energy sector through international platform ETAF. First and foremost, I extend the sincere gratitude and appreciation to the host state, United Arab Emirates, for steadfast supporting the work of IRENA. They have set an example in leading the transition toward renewable energy sources in Middle East and North Africa region. Ladies and gentlemen, the convening of the 14th session of General Assembly comes at the time when the worldwide continue in facing concern about energy price fluctuation due to the geopolitics and security risk. We are this experience underscores the importance of continuing to increase investment in the renewable energy sources to ensure diversified global energy supplies that fit with the population growth and global economy expansion. In this context, it's crucial to note that the transition to clean energy sources should not conflict with the other energy sources. The energy transition should be approached realistically and fairly by adopting various means that facilitate diversifies and comprehensive solution according to the circumstances and policies of each country. And in this line, Iraqi government has taken a serious measures to develop the renewable energy sector, including construction of several solar power plants through contracting with international, regional, and local companies with the aim of reaching solar power production capacity of 12 gigabyte by 2030. In the field of financing, the Central Bank of Iraq provides a highly concessional loans to finance the purchase of solar power generation system, whether for residential or commercial projects. Regarding the enhancement electrical transport, the electricity ministry has complete interconnecting between Iraq and Jordan and also with the GCC countries. On behalf of the Iraqi government, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for International Renewable Energy Agency for continuing support to Iraq. This includes conducting workshops for members of Energy and Electricity Committee in Iraqi Council representative in 2023 to get benefit from agency and best practice worldwide in drafting renewable energy law in Iraq. Furthermore, ongoing collaboration between Iraq and IRENA aims to finalize in writing the Energy Readiness Assessment, which is called RRI report, hopefully by end of this year. In conclusion, I would like to renew my thanks for all the participants in this session, and I hope this session will yield a positive outcome that shed a light of the challenges and cooperation opportunities available to enhance the future cooperation in renewable energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Iraq. We will have the Singapore via video. After that, we have the UNFCCC and EAI.
Director-General Francesco La Camera, President of the 14th IRENA General Assembly, Excellencies, it is my pleasure to be part of the 14th IRENA General Assembly. The energy transition is a complex endeavor. The recent global stocktake at COP28 highlights the scale of the challenges we must surmount to meet our shared climate goals. In Singapore, we are intensifying our efforts to meet the net zero goals by 2050. As a small, low-lying island state with no natural resources, this is a tall order. We are establishing a future energy fund with an initial injection of 5 billion Singapore dollars, or about $3.7 billion US dollars. The fund will support infrastructure investments needed to deploy low-carbon technologies. We've also made progress to import up to 4 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from the region by 2025. This will make up about 30% of our electricity supply then. Last year, we awarded conditional approvals to 4.2 gigawatts of projects from Cambodia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. When realized, These projects will form the building blocks of an ASEAN power grid. Beyond imports, we are pressing on with our efforts to study and advance all viable decarbonization pathways, including hydrogen and geothermal. To realize all our net zero ambitions, financing is key. Asia alone will require an estimated $1.7 trillion annually in climate infrastructure and investment till 2030. These needs have to be met through both concessional and commercial capital. As a financial hub, Singapore is committed to catalyzing green and transition finance for the region. At COP28, we launched the Financing Asia's Transition Partnership to mobilize up to $5 billion from public and private partners to de-risk and finance transition and marginally bankable green projects in Asia. The importance of IRENA in the clean energy transition cannot be understated. All of us here benefit from IRENA's in-depth reports, impactful initiatives, and actionable policy recommendations. Singapore is therefore committed to working with IRENA to explore how IRENA can better support Asia's decarbonization journey. Singapore looks forward to continued close collaboration and strong engagement with IRENA as we collectively work towards a sustainable energy future. Thank you.
target does not mean that all countries need to triple. What is needed is to reach the collective target, but it varies significantly by country and region. And in order to assist countries, the IEA has initiated a tool called the Renewable Energy Progress Tracker, which is freely available on our website. The tracker currently covers around 60 countries and 13 regions or country groups, including the G7 and G20. And what it does is it provides a detailed country-level analysis of the progress of on deployment of renewables. It identifies barriers and implementation gaps and policy priority areas to address them. And it's meant to assist interested countries in updating NDCs, setting domestic renewable targets, and designing policies to achieve them. So to conclude, there's no doubt that international collaboration with countries and among organizations will be key to achieve the tripling of renewable energy target. And we at the IEA stand ready to support countries to fight against climate change and will continue to collaborate with IRENA, the UNFCCC, and other organizations to transform the UAE consensus and the global stocktake objectives into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, IEA. Well, this was a very rich discussion that provided an excellent scene set for our discussions over the coming days. What was very clear from the panel exchange and member intervention is that collectively we possess the technologies and the means to tap the share of renewable in the global energy mix by 2030. We also understand the barriers and the priorities for the coming years. The route before us is the translate as how we know in the function of the ground where all countries move at the speed and scale that support their objective and contribute to our collective goal. In this regard, the membership is requesting IRENA to continue to track progress and the global energy transition and to provide detailed annual update on the tripling of renewables target, the informed successive COPs and IRENA Assembly discussions. Thank you for all for active and participation. This concludes our consideration of agenda item 9. So see you at 2:30 here for national statements. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.